Hey guys, welcome back to another stream. Today we are focusing primarily, you would think that I would know how to talk at this point, but apparently I don't. Is it too loud? Also, hey Lynn. Too loud? Not loud enough? What's going on? Oh. Let me adjust. Thank you for that feedback. Adjust it down here this way. Oh. How about this? Is this better? Same mic as I've had for a while now. Is this better? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Still sounds weird. Ooh. No bueno. I know I gained up the microphone a while back for Discord. How about this? Is this better? Don't know how to describe it. Eesh. You want me to rant? You need me to rant. Okay. Microphones, they are very hard to dial in. I switched from the old scene to this scene, and I had to redo all my settings, and I captured all the settings correctly, but apparently it still is not quite the same, so I'm not sure where the errors may be lying. Nobody's really mentioned any issues prior to today, though, so I don't know what exactly it could have been, but, and I'm thinking it's probably a Twitch thing because I haven't really changed my microphone since the last time we spoke on Discord, so I'm not sure. Was that enough of a rant? Volume is good. Okay, cool. Awesome, thank you. I was going to promote myself in one of those thingies. Alright. So, yep, today we are, sounds like you're in an echo tunnel though. Huh. It's the best way you can think to describe it. Alright, let me see if I can fiddle with something. Hold on. Let's see. Filters, no, that's not what I wanted. That accidentally muted it. Let me see. Alright, testing this. That didn't seem to work. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'll do some recordings later and see how it is. Yeah. I plan to do that. Okay. Well, thank you for your understanding. But yeah, it's November. Instead of NaNoWriMo, I'm doing the November Novel Challenge. Yeah, totally Twitch's fault. I completely agree. But yeah, we're doing the November Novel Challenge, and as always, because it is November, we do, like, all the revenue from Twitch goes to charity. So we're going to go ahead and all ads, bits, etc., will go to my charity of choice, which is babydj.org. At the end, in the early part of December, I'll take all the November revenue, round it up, and then donate it. and I have a cute little new points system. If you do exclamation point points, you'll see how many points you have accrued. It's been running for a while, so if people have been here before, you should have more than 0. And that's for both YouTube and Twitch, by the way. I'm thinking, sorry. And I'm trying to think of what else to discuss. I can't think of anything else to discuss offhand. Oh yeah. And as part of the November Novel Challenge, and merging that with the want to get bits for Baby DJ, when you spend bits on me on the story, it will reveal more of the story. You can also donate bits to impact the story. There is a menu below on Twitch that you can refer to. And 100 bits gives you half a page, 200 bits total, so not 100 then another 200. 200 total will reveal the full page, and then you can donate more as you desire to impact the story or not. All right, and speaking of the story, last we left off, we were doing a young adult story. The RNG, random number generator, said that that's what we're working on today, so that's what we're working on today. And the main character is a girl who's, got, her own fair share of problems. She procrastinates way too much. She's a senior in high school, and in the story we just found out that her dad basically lost his job, and her mom and him are going to find new jobs for each other. In the story, it is New Year's Day. They are spending the day out and about, and then they ran into this party, and at this party was one of the girls, the girl is Sylvia. It's one of Sylvia's classmates. She's not really good friends with her, but Sylvia finds herself hanging out with this schoolmate Vanessa at this party, which is Vanessa's cousin's party, and they just go on a wild pretend to kill a dragon adventure together, and now they're just relaxing after the kill the dragon adventure. So we are going to go ahead, and I'm going to read the last couple paragraphs, and they'll get to actually writing. Oh yeah, you can also do exclamation point word count to get me to update the word count too. So maybe I'll put that in tomorrow's stream title. Alright. So yeah, let's go ahead and get back into the story. Sylvia wasn't sure why she was being told this. It's not like an age gap between family members is something to keep a secret. Oh, let me go back a paragraph further. I don't have very many family members my age. She pointed to another girl who looked like she was just becoming a teenager. That's the closest cousin to my age, and she's 5 years younger than me. Sylvia wasn't sure why she was being told this. It's not like an age gap between family members is something to keep a secret, and it certainly wouldn't be any sort of secret within her family. So why was Vanessa pretending that this, would be a secret? Either Vanessa noticed the apparent confusion on Sylvia's face, or she was continuing as if she didn't plan on stopping there anyway. I've always felt alone because of that. Realization registered for Sylvia as she understood what Vanessa was trying to convey to her. Although she had plenty of family around, she never felt like she was part of the group. She felt alone. Sylvia was an only child. So she felt alone pretty often. pretty often, especially when her father was away on a trip, and when she and her mother butted heads. How do I want to put it? I actually want to double check something. Ooh, give me one sec, guys. It looks like my my bot didn't connect to Google. Or not Google, but YouTube. So let me test something on the YouTube side. Yeah, looks like it still didn't connect. Oh, there it goes. Alright, so that's fixed. Yay! That was weird. Nope, that's resolved. Okay, cool. Realization registered for Sylvia. She understood what Vanessa was trying to convey to her. Although she had plenty of family around, she never felt like she was part of the group. She felt alone. Sylvia was an only child, so she felt alone pretty often, especially when her father was all the way on a trip, and when she and her mother would butt heads, would have differences of opinion. Sorry, she said. She felt lame. She wasn't sure what else she could say, but somehow just a sorry was felt like it wasn't enough. It's fine. Vanessa let out a sigh and looked around at her family members. The party had already peaked, and a lot of groups were beginning to meander their way back to the parking lot and leave. That didn't make, even though Sylvia counted at least 3 different families leaving, there were still what felt like dozens of families still mingling at the party, including Maggie's and Vanessa's families. I'm going to change 3 to 5 because that feels more substantial for a situation like this. You don't have any siblings? Sylvia asked randomly, even for her. Me? Siblings? No. Vanessa shook her head. Why? It feels like everyone here yeah, I'll just go with it. It feels like everyone here has at least 2 or 3 children in the family. Two or 3 children in the family. I mean, I don't know who everyone is or who is part of which family group, but Sylvia shrugged. It just felt that way. Vanessa remained quiet for a few moments as she enjoyed the birthday cake in contemplation. Finally, she remarked, "You know, I think mine is the only family with just one kid." Sylvia was about to make a comment, but Vanessa continued. That's fine. I think my dad wanted to focus on his career anyway. And having too many kids probably would have distracted him from that. Your dad's a doctor, right? Vanessa, Sylvia asked, trying to remember what she was told that day when Vanessa ran into her in the hallway. It's not the best way to describe it, but using memory recollection, I think that's not the worst either. Give me 1 sec. Alright, I can read that later. Okay. Into the hallway. Vanessa nodded. Yeah. He does general practice. I have no idea what that means. Sylvia admitted not having really paid much attention to the types of doctors that there were in the world. All she knew was pediatric, doctor, psychiatrist, psychiatrist, and probably a few other specialties. It's for eyes, mouth, and feet. She didn't doubt that there would be more, that there could be more than that. She had just never bothered to pay much attention to it. With a smirk, Vanessa shook her head in disbelief. With a smirk, Vanessa shook her head and twisted her body to look better at Sylvia. I've had coffee today, guys. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. I apologize, though. Vanessa shook her head and twisted her body to look better at Sylvia. I could explain it, if you want, she offered. So heads up Twitch viewers, there's an ad break coming up in about 3 or 4 minutes. I was going to say something, I completely forgot what it was I was going to say. Oh yeah, I didn't say it earlier. That's what I was going to try to remember to say. Because I didn't say it earlier, I'll say it now. There is a, every hour there's going to be a 1 minute long ad break. And I will try to warn y'all in advance before it happens, so you can be prepared. Alright, back to the writing. With this remark, Vanessa shook her head and twisted her body to look better at Sylvia. I can explain it if you want, she offered. No, thank you. No, thank you, Sylvia said, earnestly swinging her legs. That's fine, Vanessa said. I wouldn't be great at explaining it anyway, she admitted. That prompted a bit of laughter from the two of them. Alright. So here's where we're going to go ahead and have a poll. I'm going to put up a poll. Basically, it's just a quick poll. Should the girls hang out longer, or should Sylvia make her way back home and we'll wrap up the scene? Yes, no, said Sylvia. Home. Okay, so YouTube viewers get a little bit of a head start here, which is fine. I'm going to, because there's an ad starting up on Twitch soon, I'll wait till the ad rolls and then I'll put up the poll on Twitch. So I'm gonna keep up the chit chat, the small talk, chitty chat, all that stuff. Ow, my toe, dang it. Okay, anyway. That prompted a bit of laughter from the two of them. What does your dad do? Vanessa asked before finishing off the last of the cake on her plate. Sylvia stiffened a bit. She knew her dad. Stiffened a bit. She wasn't sure how to answer this. Did it make sense to tell this girl who she barely knew? Excuse me. To tell this girl who she barely knew about her father's predicament? She knew what he did before he was fired. He was let go. Maybe she could say something like that. Surely he would have a similar job. Yeah, he did. Come on, right? does business stuff, she said, again feeling lame. Without saying too much, he tends to, alright, there goes the ad for Twitch. So in about a minute or so, I'll put up a poll for Twitch. Without saying too much, he tends to do a lot of travel and strike up business deals with company clients. She said, hoping that it would not, it would satisfy Vanessa's curiosity. Excuse me. Alright. She said, hoping that would satisfy Vanessa's curiosity. A businessman, huh? Vanessa's curiosity seemed sated. Almost. What kind of business does he do? Alright. Looks like the Twitch ads are done. So I'm going to go ahead and put up a poll for Twitch. The same poll. Should Vanessa and Sylvia hang out longer? Yes or no? Oh my goodness, I can't type. No. Send Sylvia home. Alright. Start poll. Alright, y'all have 10 minutes to vote. Vanessa's curiosity seemed almost sated. Almost. What kind of business does he do? Sylvia shrugged. I don't know, she said honestly. I just know he's supposed to talk to those potential clients and broker deals. And get contracts signed. I see. What company does he work for? Sylvia paused again. She couldn't really answer that, considering his circumstances. She began to stammer. I can't really say. Vanessa gave Sylvia a strange look. Vanessa gave Sylvia a strange look, raising an eyebrow with a scrutinizing gaze. Okay, she eventually said, before standing up. Where are you going? Sylvia blinked as the other teenage girl started to gather her plate and fork to throw my trash away. Vanessa explained, giving Sylvia an odd look. If you want, you can come with me. But I plan to. But I'll be right back. Oh. Sylvia, for the third time, in just as many moments, felt laden. I guess my hair. She said, leaning her back against the picnic table. I'll be right back. Tessa smiled a bit, and then wandered over to a nearby trash can. Sylvia watched her go. The purple dress, the purple skirt swishing as she walked. Swishing wildly as she walked. You must be Sylvia. A new voice spoke up from behind her. Turning, Sylvia found a couple of people. A man who appeared to be in his Middle Ages. Middle Ages, yeah, that sounds weird. But that's what editing is for. Turning to a couple of people, and a woman who seemed to be around the man's age. Standing on the opposite side of the picnic table. That's me, she said, a slight question in her voice as she processed these two new people. They were both brunettes, like Vanessa. It wasn't a stretch to figure out who these two people should be then. Are you Vanessa's parents? The woman smiled and looked up at the man, who nodded. Yes. Their last name is Franklin. I've just called it here. Yes, Dr. Franklin, at your service. He commented and extended a hand for Sylvia to shake. Sylvia reached across the table and took his hand and shook it politely. Sylvia, I forgot what name I gave her. I think we go with it. M. Oh no, it was a fairly common name too, sort of. It's when you're playing cards and Mulligan. Sylvia Mulligan, pleased to meet you. She responded in kind. Before looking over at the woman And you too, Mrs. Franklin, I presume? The woman nodded. The smile still on her face. Yes, that is me. It's a pleasure to meet you both, she said, and moved her shaking hand from the doctor to the wife. Feels like a weird thing to write, but okay, from the doctor to the wife. Likewise, Mrs. Franklin stated, and then turned her gaze toward the teenager in the purple gown, making their way back to them. I'm glad Vanessa's been able to find a good friend in you, she said, a tinge of relief in her voice. Sylvia almost corrected the woman, wanting to let her know that they weren't friends, but stopped. There was no way, but stopped. There was no point. Even if Sylvia and Vanessa weren't friends, that didn't stop this woman from feeling the relief that she obviously heard in her tone. Instead, Sylvia nodded. Sylvia nodded. Yeah, nodded silently. She wasn't sure what exactly to say. So she just let the smile and nod be her answer. Alright, looks like we got the polls done on Twitch. Let's see. Alright, so looking at that one, looking at the YouTube poll. Alright, so it is unanimous. We're sending Sylvia home now. So we're going to send Sylvia home, and we are going to start a new scene in a couple paragraphs then. I like this music. This is also Bo Fight Girl. It's one of their other music streams. This is the synthwave one. I'm really liking it. Alright. I'm stretching. Oh, I'm gonna jot something down. If I don't remember it at the end of today's stream, I will mention it tomorrow. gone ahead and I jotted down that thing to remind myself. So, oh, did my bot start spamming chat in Twitch? I don't have timestamps on these. I just noticed a bunch of stuff though. I'm gonna say probably no, but I will adjust the timers a little bit. But at least they're actually just putting stuff in chat. That's better than how it's been the last couple of days. So, small victories, right? You gotta celebrate those small victories. Okay, and where was I? What are you guys talking about? Vanessa asked as she reached the trio of them back at the picnic table. Trio of them at the picnic table. You're sharing embarrassing stories about you to your friend here, Mrs. Franklin. Said teasingly. Mom. Vanessa complained, shaking her head. You've got to do better than that. That elicited a laugh from her mother, who just replied with, "I'll work on it." Your parents were introducing themselves to me, Celia explained. They were? Vanessa seemed surprised. I don't think she really is surprised. Then she relaxed her expression and smiled. Oh, that was nice of them. She returned her attention toward her parents. What's going on anyway? It's time for us to head home. To head home, sweetie. Her father explained. If you want, you can drive, we can drive your friend home. He offered. All eyes turned toward Celia. She really didn't want to answer. She wanted to be able to say something like her parents were waiting for her in their car, but she had been at this party for well over an hour at this point and doubted that. I need to set time frames for my stories because obviously she would probably have a cell phone if she in this story, but I haven't mentioned any yet, have I? No, I have. She does have a cell phone. And they would still be there and waiting for her. She pulled out her cell phone to see I'll make a note about this. They hadn't said anything about plans on how she would get home after the park. She put to see if there were any messages that were sent after they had split up. There were none. Briefly, she contemplated walking home. That too. That would be an endeavor, though. The park was at least 10 minutes away by car, so walking home would probably take an hour or longer. Accepting a ride from Vanessa's family didn't seem that bad in comparison. Okay. Briefly, she contemplated walking home. That would be an area where the park was at least almost over. Steeling herself to answer. Sylvia ended up nodding. Yes, I think a ride home would be very helpful. Thank you. To a new scene. Alright, so we're out of New Year's, we're about to be at a sad point. And I'm still like, guys, I'm terrible at this young adult stuff. I have no idea where I want this story to actually go. This is all just vignette in this young woman's life. There's no lesson to be learned or anything like that. For a while there, I was thinking, oh, we can have her explore her neurodivergence. But now I'm wondering if it's impossible. But we'll see. Alright. Celia. Her mother called from the living room. Got some mail for you. In a minute. Sylvia called, her eyes currently focused on the splotches of paint on the palette in her hand. She was trying to make just the right shade, but everything she was adding was making it either too dark, too light, or too much of a certain color. She wanted a perfectly portioned purple, but was having difficulty achieving it. She felt like she was on the cusp of perfection, though, and really did not want to be interrupted and really did not want to be interrupted before she achieved that feat. I think it's important. With a heavy sigh, Sylvia closed her eyes and allowed herself to place the palette down. Allowed herself to have her focus interrupted. If her mother was yelling like that, constantly like that, then at least her mother thought it was important. Placing the palette down, Celia grabbed a cloth to wipe off her hands from any paint that might have smeared onto it, and left her room to see what her mother had in the mail for her. What is it? Sylvia asked, looking over a large white envelope that her mother was waving in the air. Oh. Okay, guys, we're gonna put up another poll. And we're gonna chit-chat while I wait for the results of this one. Alright, YouTube goes first. Does Sylvie get into the school of her choice? Yes, no. It's just a simple yes-no question. New poll. School of her choice. I really do wish that Twitch would let me run it for longer than 10 minutes. Maybe I'll look into seeing if there's a way to do that. Maybe I'll have to do it through the bot. Actually, while we wait for the results of this poll, I will look that up. Just looking stuff up for polls. Some people are chatting. I haven't seen anything yet. I haven't looked. It might be something that I can use for StreamerBot in the extensions. Okay, yeah. I can... Yeah, there's options for me, so... Okay, cool. Alright, so it looks like we're still waiting on votes from the channels. Alright. But yeah, there's definitely going to be some widgets that I'll see if I can implement. I'm going to put that as part of my to-do list. Cross-platform polling. That'll be interesting. Okay. Alright, what is it? Celia asked, looking over a large white envelope that her mother was waving in the air. Come and see, her mother said, a grin on her face as she presented the envelope toward her daughter. Curious, Celia walked closer to her mother and the envelope and peered at the name printed in ornate ink. Oh, that's not ornate. There we go. Ornate ink on the exterior. Academy of the Arts. Sylvia's jaw went slack. She had honestly given up hope that they would be writing to her. A loud swallow came from her throat as she tentatively reached out to take the envelope from her mother's hand. She felt like her entire body was trembling with anticipation. But somehow she managed to stay upright without any. She felt like her entire body was trembling with anticipation, but somehow she managed to stay upright without any problems. Do you want me to get your dad out here too? She offered. Sylvia stared at the letter in her hands. She heard her mother make the offer, but she wasn't sure if she had enough power to tear her eyes away from the yet unopened letter. Finally, she just nodded without any actual response. Her mother gave... well, she wouldn't be able to see what her mother did. Her mother let out a soft chuckle and patted Sylvia on the shoulder. I'll go get him. Hold off on opening it until we're out here. I will, Sylvia heard herself saying. Was she even in her own body anymore? This feeling felt very surreal. This feeling felt very surreal. She could feel the fabric of the envelope as she was handling it. And see the envelope in those hands. But she was not still. It felt like everything she was experiencing was from an outside perspective. She didn't register that she was... Okay, looks like the poll had just ended. I'll look at the votes in a minute. Well, when I'm done with this paragraph. Okay, still, it felt like everything she was experiencing was from an outside perspective. She didn't register that she was the one actually feeling that paper or reading those external words again and again. We're here. Her mother chimed as she dragged You're very welcome, Lana. I started it was on Twitch, but I started live streaming a few years ago, and it's really cool to know like what other people are writing. Normally I do share my words because I'm trying to generate money. I'm not, if that makes sense. But yeah, I started live streaming writing a while ago, a couple of years ago, and I found it's been not only helpful because you build a community, but also because you have and I guess that's part of the community, but it also encourages you to keep writing. So even if, for example, you only have a day where you only manage to crank out like 100 words, you have people who are there with you, encouraging you. Or if you have a bad day and you don't feel like streaming, it's like, no, but these people are relying on me. So it's kind of like a whole back and forth thing. So you are very welcome, Lana, and you are very welcome to hop by and lurk and chat and do anything that you feel free to do at any point. I appreciate you. Alright. Her mother chimed as she dragged her father into the living room with her from their bedroom. Go ahead, open it. Her father stated, With a loud gulp, Sylvia proceeded to peel the lip of the envelope back and pull out a singular tri-folded letter. I appreciate the love. All right, let's look at these poll results. Ooh, okay, guys. We are going to make it difficult for Miss Sylvia, aren't we? And that's perfectly fine. Okay. Oh, man. I'm going to have to go steal one of my... See, my son has his letters from his college applications and see if I can replicate that. But in the meantime, I'm going to have to create one myself, I suppose. Rolling up my sleeves, trying to channel my college professor-dom. Let's see, let's make this fancy script. I say fancy script, we're going Good Times New Roman because how much fancier can you get? Dear Sylvia Mulligan, thank you for your interest in applying to the Academy of the Arts. Now, oh yeah, we are definitely going to fluff this out. Okay, let's see. As you know, the Academy of the Arts is an institution designed for academic artists of all walks of life to come together to learn about, celebrate, and improve upon art techniques. We pave the way for future artists. I'm gonna actually scooch this in a little bit just for this though. I'll worry about that later. Okay. As you know, the Academy of the Arts institutions have we pave the way for future artists to hone their skills and refine their artistic knowledge. We firmly believe that from the past, we can create that from knowledge granted to us from the past, we can work in the present to forge and create new artists in the future. We are proud to accept artists of all mediums including clay, marble, oil, digital, and beyond. That's probably going to have to be reworked because I'm not sure what kind of mediums they would put in a letter like this. Okay, we are proud to accept orders, small mediums, including clay, and beyond. It is our greatest pride that we take budding talent and mold it into the future of artistry. Therefore, it is with a heavy your art has not quite reached the level. Ooh, would a rejection letter say that? We can always edit it later if I feel like it's too harsh. Your art has not reached the level that we feel. Your art has not reached the level that we feel would be indicative of a scholar of the arts. Your art has not reached the level that we feel would be and therefore cannot be molded into an element that can be utilized to revolutionize the art world. Please do not give up on your artistry. There are needs for different artists in this world. Your art, however, is not cut out. Yeah, I don't know how to say this without being rude. I mean, whoever's writing this rejection letter obviously doesn't care about being rude. Let's see. Oh, this is hard, guys. On your artistry, there are needs for different artists in this world. Your art, however, is not one. It's not of the caliber to bring to the Academy of the Arts. We sincerely hope you find the best of luck in your endeavors and your artistic endeavors. Signed. Alright, I need a hoity-toity name. Any suggestions from the chat? Ooh, I like Rodolfo. I like it, I'm not married to it, so if I see anything else. Rodolfo. Oh, and it's gotta be like the third of whatever his name is. So let's do Rodolfo. And you can't use Esquire because Esquire indicates lawyer. Okay, hold on. Let's see, we'll give it, so his... Ooh, or... Maybe we'll make it an acronym. We can do rat, we can do rude. Maybe we will include, oh no, yeah, we don't need to do the Esquire, but we can do rat, we can do rude. Oh, I've got it, rump. Rodolfo U.M. Prestor the Third. He's a rump. Alright. She read it silently to herself. Sylvia? She could hear her mother call to her. Was she even in her body anymore? She felt like she was not registering hardly anything. Her entire body felt numb. So she was certain that at this point, her entire body was shaking. No. Convulsing would be a more accurate description. From the way the paper suddenly became very difficult to read. Thanks to how it was shaking, bouncing around in her hand. Let me see that. She heard her father declare as he stepped closer to her, put a hand on her shoulder and gently guided the paper out and away from her fingers. Almost immediately upon his comforting touch, Sylvia felt herself relax. It felt as if there were restraints on her that suddenly were let go. Before the young woman had a chance to regain her mental bearings, she was enveloped in a hug by her father and felt him kiss her on the crown of her head. Forget them, he muttered. Once those words were uttered, she heard her mother exclaim, a gasp, oh no, from the other side, from her spot a few feet away. So how is Sylvia going to deal with this? Oh, I don't know if I called it out when I first got the notice, but I did notice it a couple minutes ago. But Twitch viewers, you are about to get an ad in about 2 to 3 minutes. That's your heads up. Spot a few feet away. That was it. Thank goodness her father was already wrapping her in his arms, because she felt her knees give away, and all the tension in her body left her left her slack. Oop. He called out, supporting, shifting his weight to fully support his daughter as she collapsed in his arms. Sylv? He asked, concerned. How do I feel here? She moaned, eyes beginning to well in tears. I had just submitted when I should have. Okay, this is when the truth comes out. They still would have given that. Her mother stepped up and began rubbing her back. They don't know talent, even if it slaps them in the face. Cynthia, why do I keep calling her Cynthia? Sylvia could hear her mother mutter under her breath. Something should slap them in the face. Sylvia closed her eyes hard. The tears weren't enough. Oh, looks like the ad started for Twitch. Alright, got 3 hours left. The tears weren't yet enough to spill out on their own, but with that, excuse me, but once Sylvia squeezed her eyes shut, they started spilling down her face. She couldn't help but sniffle. She knew why they rejected her. There was a very high probability that it had nothing to do with her actual selected pieces, that her art style just wasn't right for the school. Still, she had that lingering feeling that if she had laid out the paintings in the appropriate spot for her mother, or had not procrastinated and taken care of it as early as this past summer when the request initially came through, then the chance that this letter was a rejection letter, no, let me rephrase that. I don't like the way that works, and I don't think I want to go back and edit it. Then the chance that she could have gotten in would have been at least slightly increased. Still, she acknowledged to herself there was no way of knowing. Those top 5 paintings were hard to select, and she was originally going to submit 5 random paintings. The result was very likely going to be the same either way. The thought crossed her mind about telling her mom the wrong batch had been submitted. But after reasoning it out, it didn't make sense to let her know. Not right now. The last couple of months, yeah, February sounds about right. The last couple of months had been hard for everyone in the family, and she didn't want her mother to feel any more to feel like she had any guilt in this. Not when it was her own fault. No, the fault lay with Celia and Celia alone. Just done things differently. She bemoaned, crying into her father's shoulder, getting it very wet with her tears. We won't go into graphic detail with the fact that more than just tears tends to come out when you're crying on somebody's shoulder, but you guys know. If I had just done things differently, she bemoaned, crying into her father's shoulder, getting it very wet with her tears. We all feel that way sometimes. Her mother kept rubbing her back, trying to calm her, trying to reassure her, not calm her. Her father nodded his head against hers, agreeing with his wife. He didn't say anything. He just kept his arms around Sylvia and supported her as she broke down. Oh man. One, two, three, four. Okay, so this chapter is going to be the hard talks. What poll should we put up now? Do we even want to put up a poll now? Because we have two parents that are out of work. Oh, that's right. I forgot the poll from Tuesday, my last day off. That basically talks about what job Sylvia's mom finds. Let me go back to that. Okay, yeah, office assistant, secretary, data entry clerk. Kind of different jobs, but not the same. Actually, now that I say that, I should probably tweak something on my end. But that is a future thing. Okay. Let's continue. Okay, anyway. How do I look? Sylvia's mother stepped into the living room wearing black slacks and a coral blouse. She had gold jewelry to accent her look. Her hair was mostly down, but had clips to keep her locks, her blonde locks, out of her face. Sylvia looked up from her bowl of cereal that she was eating at the small dining table, assessed her mother, and gave her a thumbs up. Her mom gave her a soft smile in return. Thanks, she said. I'm so nervous, she admitted. You're going to do great, love. Great, love. Sylvia's father said from his spot on the couch. Nope, he's not going to say from his spot. Said as he stood from his spot on the couch, crossed the room to meet his wife, wrapped her in his arms, and gave her a sweet kiss. Mwah! I'm stretching, sorry guys. Okay. Sylvia winced and looked away. Yes, it was sweet that her parents still had this kind of romance several years into their marriage. Still, it wasn't anything that she wanted to see on any sort of regular or semi-regular basis. When do you go? When do you have to go? Sylvia asked, her eyes still looking away from her parents' display of affection. A new type of PDA, parents' display of affection. And as a parent, I 100% approve of that acronym. From the corner of her eye, Sylvia could see her mother glance at her wristwatch. I have to be there at 8. So I should probably leave in the next 15 minutes. I need to explain that she got the job, but I don't know how to. I need to figure out. Maybe I'll just bulldoze it and finesse it later. Okay. In the corner of her eye, Sylvia could see her mother glance at her wristwatch, so I should probably leave in the next 15 minutes. Sylvia nodded. Her mom typically drove her to school. Oh yeah. Okay, so this is how we'll get that wrangled in. Got it. I'm gonna stop my cup over. I'm talented. Okay. Let's try that again. Give me a sec. Okay. Just a redundant text. Alright. That's fine, that's fine. Okay, where were we? Sylvia nodded. Her mom quickly drove her to school since she was starting her new job as an assistant at a doctor's office today. She would no longer be able to drop Celia off. Well, no, we'll finish this a little bit. But since she was starting and would need to leave at the same time she normally would leave with Celia to drop her off at the high school. There were conflicting times, and as a result, she would no longer be able to drop Sylvia off. That hurt to write, but that's what editing is for. Alright, adjusting myself in my seat. Apologies for any weird noises. Okay. Her dad was going to take over that task for the time being. Sylvia was, how to put this? Her dad was going to take over that task for the time being. Sylvia knew that this also meant that she would. Did I indicate if she had the license or not earlier? There were two chances for me to do that, and I don't really remember. And I hope with how often this gets brought up, we might want this to be a resolution to the story too. That she would need to get her own license, her own driver's license at some point soon too. So Sylvia knew this also meant that she would need her own driver's license at some point soon too. The fact that she never received it hadn't bothered her until very recently. She was always able to rely on someone to drive her somewhere. To drive her somewhere. In truth, she just assumed it would stay that way for as far into the future as she could imagine. Even when she saw herself going to college, she was certain that she would just rely on buses and ride shares. Now the reality is changing. She was going to have to change her expectations along with it. Of course, the first gut punch she received was when she looked into getting the license, it required her to have at least, we're going to go strict, 1 year of supervised driving. It required her to pass a test. It required you to pass a test and have at least 1 year of supervised driving, which also required its own test before she could get that permit. She wouldn't be driving for at least a year. Excuse me. Okay. Sorry, I really enjoy jamming up to the music. In truth, she just assumed it would stay that way for her far into the future. She can imagine how to change her. To change her expectations. Okay. Are you good to take Sylvia to school? Her mother asked her father. As she started pacing around the house, straightening up and gathering items together before she departed. Gathering items together in nervous gestures. We'll edit that out later. Okay, let's see. Is there something difficult about the drop-off that I should know about? Celia's father asked, looking between his wife and daughter. No. Her mother answered, frustration tinging her voice. You're just worried. I want to make sure that this morning goes smoothly for everyone. He cut in. Again, he crossed the room to join her and embraced her in a hug that Celia was supposed to be a reassuring hug of comfort. Okay. Sylvia could see her mother stop. Anxiously fidgeting while in his arms. It's just a drop off. Everything will be okay. And if something happens, like a flat tire, then we've got things covered just in case. I know, but Sylvia, from her spot in the at the dining table, could see her mother's face trying to could see her mother's face scrunch as she tried to think of what Sylvia assumed or excuses or things to worry about. If you go to work today with your mind on the house, you're not going to be productive at work, he explained, stepping away from her and giving her a much-needed pep talk. You need to focus on what you need to do and allow us to focus on what we need to do. It's been so long since she started and shook her head. No, you're right. I know. It'll be tough, but I'll try to power through it. Hopefully the other girls will be understanding, she said, referring to the other assistants, the other nurses and assistants. That she would be working with at the small, at the practice. Of course I'm right. Sylvia's father said with a grin. I'll tell you. Nope, I'm not going to say that. Where's my son, please, father said with a grin. I'm usually right. You. Oh, you. No. Just go with her mother scoffed. Her mother scoffed and shook her head, stepping away from the man as she turned and peered into the mirror. She scrutinized her reflection and then frowned. Is my makeup okay? Mom, you look fine. Makeup and all. Makeup and everything. Sylvia assured her from where she was sitting. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Heck, you could leave now. If you wanted to. Oof. If you wanted to. Oops. Nearly knocked my mouse over now. Alright, I'm gonna be distracted for a couple minutes. I'm gonna mute my mic too. Alright, sorry about that. Let's turn off the distracted thing. Alright, so I was typing a little bit. Her mother gave her an appreciative look and shook her head. No, I couldn't do that. Not right now, anyway. Why? Sylvia asked. I stopped to make my lunch. You can't eat takeout there? Sylvia asked. Her father never made his own lunch since he was always eating while he was at work, even when he wasn't traveling. No. She answered and paused. Well, I guess maybe I could. I don't know what options there are to eat around the office. And there are to eat around the office. Plus, we're still trying to save money, remember? Dining out, even for lunch, for one person, is still off the table. Alright, rather answer than pause. Ah! I'm hitting all the wrong keystrokes. There we go. Okay. Sylvia nodded, frowning, and thought, should I start bringing my lunch to school? No. Her mother answered with a shake of her head. We paid into your lunch program through the end of the year. Alrighty, that's not anything we can undo. Keep enjoying, or whatever it is you do. Your school lunches. Alright, hold on. Excuse me. Okay. Whew. Okay. There's that. Okay. Sorry about that. Got a thing on my phone and I'm kind of curious. Anyway, what? Are you sure? You bring my own sandwiches, and they'll be just as nutritious. Nutritious, I'm sure, Sylvia explained. I'm sure they won't be. As long as you eat all of your school lunch. Her mother countered. No exceptions. You're not bringing your lunch. Fine, Sylvia huffed. Huffed and started to drink the milk out of her cereal bowl. Trying to find a good hook to end this scene on. Let's see. What do you want for your lunch? Sylvia's father asked as he made his way to the kitchen. Excited for you. Also, have you had coffee yet? Thank you. Her mother followed him into the kitchen, where Sylvia was sitting. She couldn't see her parents anymore, but she could hear them chattering away about potential meals to bring, bags to bring it in, and whether or not her mom had anything to eat or drink yet. She didn't. As their chatter filled the space, I don't say filled the space, but as their chatter, excuse me. As their chatter filled the air in the house, Sylvia looked down at her now empty cereal bowl. Things were changing. She wasn't sure if she would be able to change along with them. She would have to. She knew she would have to. That's the way the world worked. But she also knew that she was not great at handling changes like this. She knew that she would be slow to adopt any change needed, and it would cost her, in some fashion, much like her decisions around the paintings had costed her the enrollment to her school of choice. She sniffled without realizing it. Yeah, I'm still not sure on a good hook to end this. The next few months, she knew the next few months would go by quickly. Graduation was around the corner. So many other students already had college and future career plans already lined out for them. Sylvia, on the other hand, didn't know what she would be doing. Will she work at a pizza place like she initially imagined a few months ago? Will she try to apply at another art school? Or will she try to make it herself in the art world? The last thought made her shudder. She knew that required an amount of commitment she felt like she didn't have. She make herself in the art world. The last one her shudder. She knew that required an amount of commitment she felt like she didn't have. She needed to make a decision on how to move forward. She could probably try to do all three. But she also knew that required a lot more commitment than she felt like she was capable of. The future terrified her. Okay. So we've got that. Lots of pages done today. Okay, so we're currently on page 38. We started on page... let's say 31. So we've got 7 pages done so far. That's good. Awesome, awesome. Alright, and we've still got 2 hours to go. So we've been running for about 2 hours, got 2 hours to go, so maybe we'll get another 7 pages done. I feel like my hand's gonna be sore by the end of today, but it'll be worth it. Plus I didn't stream the full set yesterday like I said I would, so I've got to make up for that. Okie dokie. Okay. Yeah, this will be later in the day. Later that day. Vanessa and Sylvia were sitting at a table in the cafeteria, moving around, poking at the food that was presented to them on their trays. My mom really thinks this full food is more nutritious than the sandwich. Vanessa asked in disbelief as she stabbed a mushy pea with her plastic fork. She does, Sylvia acknowledged with a nod. Why? I don't know. Probably because she thinks there's actual there's nutritional value, everything on here. I didn't care too much about it though. Weird, but okay. I guess without scrutinizing the labels of the food, we won't really be able to know. We'll just have to guess. And this aside, Sylvia knew that there was some information on the internet somewhere about the nutritional value of each of the items the school prepared. She also knew that although she had once found it as part of an online of a not curriculum, class assignment. Moving body a little bit, okay. She had once found it as part of class assignment. She never looked at it again. She also couldn't recall if the assignment was just what the assignment was about, or if she had actually gathered any data on an assistant on my dashboard, but I haven't seen in a while, so thank you. For the YouTube viewers, she also couldn't recall if what the assignment was. Or she's actually gathered any data on the school lunches nutritional value. She just remembered seeing it once. Well, heads up for Twitch viewers, there is an ad incoming in the next 4 to 5 minutes. Food's bad. Sylvia competed. Picking up a chicken sandwich. It was a thin piece of chicken on a shiny roll that had a couple of pickles slipped into the bun. Sylvia, Vanessa, set a flat tone. That's honestly the worst chicken sandwich I've ever had the pleasure of eating. Wait, no pleasure. That's just honestly the worst chicken sandwich I've ever eaten. She pointed out and corrected herself. The blonde teenager just shrugged. It's not bad though. It's just missing a few elements to actually make it good. The meat's actually kind of tender. And the bun's not too dry. All in all, I'd give it a 3 out of 5. Vanessa shook her head and picked up her own sandwich, silently eating it. In the couple of months since the first of the year, Vanessa and Sylvia had been slowly hanging out more and more. The two just started having small talk in the hallway, and then one day discovered they had the same lunch period together. So they started sitting with each other and talking during the lunch breaks. Vanessa wasn't allowed to have social media, so Sylvia didn't add her to anything on her phone. Oh, I just had a thought about Vanessa and Sylvia, but mostly Vanessa. Okay. Well, no, I'd have to retcon a few things. Right now her parents are just strict. Maybe we'll go into a groupthink later, but interesting thought. Anyway, Vanessa wasn't allowed to have social media, so Sylvia didn't add her to anything except for her phone contacts. They were close enough at this point that Sylvia now considered Vanessa a friend and did not have to pause to consider that title. I've got something for you. Sylvia said that once she was done with the chicken sandwich. You do? Vanessa asked in surprise. Yeah. Sylvia confirmed. It's in my locker though. I didn't want it to be smashed in the backpack. Do you want it after lunch? How about after school? That way we won't have to let it sit in my locker. At the end of the day. And she added with a mischievous glint in her eye, we can Oh, my water's gone. I might have to skid up in a minute. Ad just ran for Twitch. I'll finish the scene and then I'll have a short break. How about after school? That way we won't have to let it sit in my locker at the end of until the end of the day. And shadow for the mistress in her eye. This can help up the ante when it comes to excitement. Huh? Sylvia asked, unsure of what her friend meant by that. Vanessa's face deflated with Sylvia's confusion. I was just saying, she tried to explain, that the more I wait, the more excited I'll get for the gift. Kind of like Christmas time, you know? You see the gift under the tree, and then you just can't wait to open it, and then you get the satisfaction of finally opening it on Christmas. Sylvia blinked. She wasn't sure if that example worked, simply because she didn't think her excitement for gifts changed regardless of when the gift was added to the tree pile. For her, it was always just the countdown until the morning of. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, I wasn't sure if that example works, only because she didn't think her excitement changed regardless of when the gift was added to the tree pile. It's always just the countdown until the morning of. Still, Vanessa's brief explanation of her feeling of suspense for the gift. So Vanessa's explanation allowed her to realize that she's talking about her feeling of suspense before receiving the gift. Kind of like Christmas time, you know? You see that? You know, I don't know. You know, I don't think that example works with me, Sylvia pointed out. But I do get what you mean, though. I can give it to you after school. Do you want to meet by the locker? By my locker? Sure. No, still too short of a scene. We gotta keep writing. Okay. so we're not going to stop the writing yet. I'm not going to end the scene yet. Oh, but what I will do, I'm going to put up a poll from a Twitch and YouTube. So give me a sec to stretch real quick. And you guys are going to pick what the gift is. It's going to be a painting. It's not going to be, you know, it's not going to be something weird, but it's going to be a painting. So start a poll. What is on the painting Sylvia gifts to Vanessa? A scene of the birthday party. A scene of a princess slaying a dragon. Oh. Picture of the birthday party. Picture of, no, it's the same length. The birthday party. Word limits or character limits are the bane of my existence, but it's fine. It's fine. A birthday party, princess slaying a dragon. I'm gonna add a third one. I'm gonna open my phone. I'm gonna go to the Discover page, and I'm gonna just scroll down randomly until I see something. World of Warcraft, Over the Garden. Okay. Gnomes in a garden. Okay. We'll do 4 items. A stampede of animals. Alright, so we're starting the poll for the YouTubes. We're creating it for Twitch now. What is on the painting Sylvia gives to Vanessa? The birthday party. A princess slaying a dragon. Really? The character count is even less on Twitch. Gnomes in a garden. Animals stampeding. Alright. Twitch polls going up. Okay. So y'all have about 10 minutes to vote. I'm actually going to take this moment and step away, so we'll put myself in distracted mode and mute myself. I'm not going to change the scene or anything. Yeah, take this time, go ahead and vote. And then I'll come back and we'll finish off the scene and see what what kind of painting Celia created for Vanessa. Alright, be right back. Alright, I am back. Looks like we have some time on the polls. Looks like there's a tie across the channels. But we'll see where that ends up in about 4 minutes or so. But in the meantime, let's continue this scene. Let's see, read back a couple. Sylvia blinked. She wasn't sure if that example worked, simply because she just didn't think her excitement for gifts changed regardless of when the gift was added to the tree pile. For her, it was always just a countdown into the morning of. Still, Vanessa's explanation allowed her to realize that she's talking about her feeling of suspense before receiving the gift. You know, I don't think that example works for me, Sylvia pointed out. I do get what you mean, though. I can give it to you after school. Do you want me from the locker? Sure. Vanessa agreed before taking another bite out of her sandwich. The two of them sat silently side by side, not side by side, across from each other, finishing their school-provided lunch. Why did you never learn to drive? Sylvia asked from out of nowhere. What? Vanessa asked. Caught off guard. Apparently caught off guard by the question. I was thinking about it this morning. Sylvia started. You were thinking about why I don't drive this morning? Vanessa cut her off. Confusion all over her face and voice. No, Sylvia shook her head. Let me finish. No, let me finish. I was thinking about why I don't drive it this morning. She clarified. And I was curious about your reasons. Oh. Vanessa blinked and then shrugged. I mean, I guess I could if I wanted to. My dad just never encouraged it, though. He says there's too many crazy people on the road. And if... Okay. Looks like the poll's ended. I'm going to take a look at it in a minute, though. See if we have any tiebreakers, otherwise we're going to take it to RNG. My dad just never encouraged it, though. He says there's too many crazy people on the road, and if... Excuse me. And if I got my license, I'd either add to those crazy people or be a victim of them. Sylvia frowned. She felt like she understood what Dr. Franklin reason could have been, but oh, I forgot to take off distracted mode. Oops, hold on. There we go. Could have been. It still felt odd to her that reasoning like that would persuade him from keeping his daughter from having a license. I think I'm going to start working on mine this summer, Celia declared. We can do it together. So you can have someone going through it with you, she suggested. Maybe. Vanessa answered. Her eyes looking down, and thought. Celia wasn't sure if the invitation was really accepted, or if her friend was being polite. She decided not to press the matter further, though. At least the chocolate milk is good. She said, changing the subject. Alright, we're gonna move on to the next scene. Let me take a look at what paintings y'all selected. YouTube voted for the birthday party. It's a clean sweep there. Let me add that poll. And Twitch. A few extra clicks for me to view these results. Is Princess slaying a dragon? Okay. So we have a two-way tie. So we're going to bring it to the dice. So one sec. Alright. So we're going to roll. 1 through 3 is birthday. 4 through 6 is dragon. Alright, got it too. So it's birthday. We're going to do the birthday painting. Okay. So let me, let's get started on the next scene then. Later that same day, Sylvia was standing by her locker with her back pressed against it as she looked around across the sea of faces as they passed her by. No one was paying any particular attention to her. unless they needed to scooch to move into the crowd in an effort to avoid running into her. Most people didn't come too close to the locker. It was when they moved with a crowd, but sometimes people would find themselves on the outskirts and would have to find their way back in. It wasn't too bad, though. It wasn't too bad at the end of the day, though. You know, after the initial burst of student movement toward their lockers or exits, the hallways thinned out relatively quickly, and the crowds in the hallways, there we go, relatively quickly, and it became, and navigation became more manageable. Finally, Sylvia saw the head that she was looking for. A brunette, a teenager, a brunette who was well developed, was casually making her way down the hall, all in her direction. They each caught each other's gaze and both waved in greeting, and acknowledgement. Alright, one sec. Okay. Just want to make sure I wasn't missing any messages in Discord. And it does not appear that I am, so that's cool. Finally, Celia saw the head that she was looking for, a brunette teenager who was well developed. Acknowledgement. When Vanessa reached Sylvia at her locker, she stepped out of the thinning crowd and leaned her shoulder against the metal contraptions? No, that's not right. What's an acronym for locker? I just can just say locker. The doors of the locker system. Hey, she said. Hey, Sylvia replied the greeting before turning toward her locker and beginning to undo the combination. So you got a gift for me, huh? Vanessa asked, looking over Sylvia's arm to try and see if she could spot the gift. I do. Sylvia acknowledged again with a grin. She looked over at her friend, her curious friend and laughed. Can't wait. The suspense work, huh? I know I'm about to get something. Vanessa explained. So of course I'm naturally eager to get it. Sylvia laughed at her friend's eagerness and reached into the locker and pulled on top of the row of books. There was on top of the row of books, there was a small, not palette. I'm gonna look something up real quick. Oh, that's a word I've never heard of before. Okay. And that's a topic that I'm not quite looking into, though. Alright. That's just going to be editing research then. There was a small... There was a rectangular item that she reached for and pulled out. This, she said with pomp and circumstance, is for you. She turned and presented Vanessa not an easel, silly me, a taut canvas with a colorful scene on it. The majority of the canvas's background was green, but it was bespeckled with dots and slashes of different colors. Brown, beige, sorry, I got distracted by something. Okay. But it was bespeckled with dots and slashes of different colors: brown, beige, blue, pink, purple, white, and more. Oh, the Twitch announcement made me remind me of something that I need to do too, but I'll worry about that later. Dots and slashes, many colors: brown, beige, blue, pink, purple, white, and more. Many of the dots were put together in a way that resembled people. Though many were wearing pants and shirts, a lot also seemed to have long hair and were wearing dresses. One in particular had red fluffy hair and wore a pink dress as they were perched on a picnic table. Is this a birthday party? Vanessa asked, looking over. It is. I actually say Maggie's birthday party. Vanessa replied, I replied proudly. She knew her art style wasn't always appreciated, but it was always but there was never but one thing she always one thing she was always proud of was the fact that whoever was looking at her work would be able to easily identify it as long as they were familiar. As long as they were familiar with it. A fan of if she painted a scene from a book, no one who never read the book would be able to recognize what it was. Oops, I misnamed her. Hold on. Sylvia replied proudly. Vanessa stood with the painting in her hands for several minutes, looking over all of the details. There were the people and the picnic tables, of course. There was one that was loaded with various boxes that had tiny dots and other symbols on them. That was the gift table. There was another that showed bowls and boxes. There were a few others, a few others that showed bowls and boxes indicative of the food set out the family had created. There was even a table that had a round white and purple cake on it. Sylvia allowed Vanessa to take as much time as she wanted to look over the painting. she could see her eyes dart from one portion of the canvas to another, taking in the details that she had created for her. She was waiting to see if Vanessa could find one key element that, while not hidden in the painting, find one key element that, while not hidden in the painting, was not obvious to find either. There we are, Vanessa finally said, squinting her eyes. You painted us at the walkway in the distance, she commented, looking from the painting to her friend. Is this the moment I invited you to the party? Sylvia shrugged. I felt like it was, close to it, I guess. I mean, my parents aren't there. But that day was kind of important. Oh? Vanessa asked. She wasn't going to try to fill in what Sylvia was about to say. Instead, she was waiting to see if her perception what she would say. Yeah. I don't like that. Anyway. She shrugged again, beginning to prepare her backpack for the night's homework. What do you mean? It was kind of important, Vanessa asked. I finally probed. Oh. Sylvia stammered, looking over at her friend's direction. Well, to be honest, if we hadn't run into each other, we probably wouldn't be, if we hadn't run into each other that day, we probably wouldn't be as good friends as we are now, she said honestly. Without saying as much, she thought to herself, that she would probably still be trying to avoid the brunette in the halls. Without that, she decided to continue. We'd probably just still be classmates and acquaintances. Alright. Vanessa didn't reply immediately, her eyes going back to the canvas, to the painting in her hands. You don't like it? No, I didn't say that. Shook her head. I just don't. Don't know. I don't know what I want her to say. Kind of stuck. I'm kind of formulating a family life for her, which does not seem like it ends well, at least in the back of my head. This could be wrong. Again, this is a community story, so I don't want to put too much in the ether. I just don't know what to say. I guess I'll start with thank you. She looked back up at Sylvia, a genuine smile on her face. Did this girl never have such... Did this girl ever fake smile? Ever fake smile? Or was she so good at it that even forced smiles looked genuine? Sylvia. I'll put that in a new paragraph, actually. Sylvia found herself wondering. It didn't matter. It didn't matter. As long as she believed it was real. I would enjoy it. She answered, smiling in return. Vanessa stammered, looking down at the painting again. I think I want to keep it in my locker. Would you be sad if I didn't bring it home? Sylvia blinked and shook her head. No, I wouldn't be upset. No, I wouldn't be upset. she said. She was happy her friend liked it. Enough to see it in her locker daily, almost every day. She was, however, confused about why Vanessa seemed hesitant. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna put this to a vote for y'all. Alright, so currently Twitch has more viewers, so we're gonna go to Twitch first. How do I word this? She wasn't at the car loop. She was late to car loop. Yes, no. Mom, yes. Dad, no. Dad, yes. Mom, no. Ideally, there'd only be one parent picking them up, but we'll find out. Alright, so the poll's been started on the Twitch side. I'm adding it, or creating it for the YouTube side. Will Vanessa's parents be upset she's late to car loop? Pretend I can spell. Snow. Mom, yes. Dad, no. Dad, no. Mom, yes. Alright. I'll check back in about 10 minutes. No, I'm not too upset. She was happy her friend liked it. She was happy her friend liked it and liked enough to confused about why I seemed hesitant to bring the painting home right away. Maybe she had a lot on her walls as it was. She didn't want to change. Actually, don't change anything up. I remember when I was a kid, I had all, and I mean all, the stuff hanging on my walls. Really? There's an ad break coming up? Oh, that's gotta get snoozed. I didn't even take a look at that before I created the poll. It's already almost 5? Today went by really fast. Alright, I'm going to... I'm gonna snooze it. Alright, so we got less than 10 minutes for the ad to start. So that should be just enough time for the poll to end. I might push it back a second time though, depending on how that goes. Anyway, we're going. Sylvia blinked and shook her head. No, I wouldn't be upset. She was happy her friend liked it and liked it enough to see it in her locker almost every day. She was, however, confused about why Vanessa seemed hesitant to bring the painting home right away. Maybe she had a lot of oh yeah, I was going to talk about my childhood. I had all sorts of stuff on my walls. Like, my elementary school was fond of giving away, like, ribbon awards, so I literally had a sheet, like a sheet of cloth on my wall that, like, had all those ribbon awards pinned to it. And then I had, like, the paper awards, just wallpapering my walls. It was... I was a bit of a award pack rat. Of course, I'm not the best student, so I took what I could get. So, there is that. She was, however, confused about why Vanessa's intended to bring... Ow, I pushed the wrong button on my toe. She was, however, confused about why Vanessa seemed hesitant to bring the painting home right away. Maybe she had a lot of pictures on her walls as it was, and she didn't want to change anything. Great. Vanessa smiled. Want to come with me to my locker? I have an idea around the 40k word mark. If the story keeps going as it is, I'll probably launch that idea. But again, this is a community written story. So if things change, it may or may not happen before then, it may not ever happen at all. So we got all that. And then some. A lot of pictures. And get this set up. Sure. 1 second. I'm almost done here. Sylvia said as she finally finished zipping up her backpack. After she after she set the lock back on her locker, she turned to her friend. After you. By this point, well, I have another question for y'all too. Once this one is done. Start thinking about it because it'll go up after the Twitch ads are done. But we'll go one set of parents at a time. But has Vanessa's parents, or rather, has Sylvia spent a significant amount of time, i.e. dinners, sleepovers, etc., at Sylvia's house? And then we'll go the other way around too. Okay. Alright, so by this point, the hallway crowds have had subsided, and the two girls were able to walk toward the back of the school where Vanessa's locker was located without getting separated in any crowds. Well, maybe you want to paint this for me? Vanessa asked after looking over the painting for what felt like the 100th time. Sylvia shrugged. I just wanted to do something nice for you, she explained. I'm really bad at almost everything. Painting is one Painting is the one thing that oh my goodness! Yes, Lana, you go get yourself some good sleep. Thank you for joining in. I will be back tomorrow, probably a little bit earlier, so keep an eye out for that. And if you are able to join, I welcome you. Have yourself a great rest. And again, thank you for joining. All right. Okay, I'm not sure how much time is left on the poll. I'm just going to snooze the ad one more time, and that should give Twitch enough time to finish up the poll. Alright. Okay, so Sylvia shrugged. I just want to do something nice for you, she explained. I'm really bad at almost everything. Painting is one thing that I can do relatively well. She bit back the sting of the internal voice that complained, that pointed out that she wasn't good enough for the Academy of the Arts. It's what I like to do, she said, almost responding more to the voice in her head than explaining her painting to Vanessa. Alright, let's take a look. Twitch. Nothing on Twitch. Got a response on YouTube, so it's a no on YouTube. Okay, cool. So Vanessa's dad is not going to be upset with her for not being at the car loop. Almost responding more to the voice in her head than explaining her painting to Vanessa. So there was no reason? Maybe I should establish like this is in February. She asked. Vanessa asked, sounding genuinely confused. Does there have to be? Sylvia asked. Confused as well. Vanessa paused to contemplate that question and then shook her head. No, I don't suppose there needs to be. She said. Alright, Twitch family. It does look like there will be a, well, I've snoozed it twice at this point, but we are going to go ahead and get an ad in the next 3 to 4 minutes. I'm not snoozing this one. I'll pause to contemplate the question of the triggerhead. No, I don't suppose there needs to be, she said. I'm just used to gifts being given for a holiday or birthday or something. When is your birthday? So yeah. We'll get to that question in a second. Oh, no. No holiday or anything. Not a gift. I wanted to give you something. And I knew painting was the best way to do it. For being a good friend. And for being my friend. What's the best thing I can do? When is your birthday, Celia? Asked after responding to Vanessa's gift reason concern. Alright, I'm going to... Oh, yeah. Alright, I'm going to look at the stream time. And no, that doesn't help because I need something that's got 12 and like around 12. So 12 plus. So stream time won't work. I'm going to look at the clock. 5. That's kind of cheating. The 5:13. Okay, so January. There we go. Oh. That makes the awkwardness even better. Vanessa answered in a meek voice. Voice so low that Sylvia had to stop and turn to face her friend. I'm sorry, what was that? It was really low. January, and then this time I will check the hours because I know it's... Oh no! Again, we need to do something that's 30 or 31 and above. Dang it. Oh. I'm not going to do the 7th because that's kind of on the nose. But my average view duration, I'm looking at my dashboards. My average view duration in YouTube right now is 19 minutes. That's, if you're currently watching YouTube, hello. But that's just for everybody across the entire stream. So some people left, watched and left and all that. So, but yeah, 19th. So we're going to go January 19th. reset again. More audibly this time. Wait. Sylvia said stepping back to process this information. Your birthday has already come and gone? And you didn't tell me? I don't really celebrate my birthday. Vanessa explained, starting again toward her locker. You don't? Sylvia quickly caught up to stand beside, or to walk beside her friend. No. What about your family? Those big get-togethers? Vanessa stopped again and let out a large sigh. Yes, we do have one of those. It was held at my grandmother's house. She paused, but they really celebrated it. More than I did. I didn't have any fun. Sylvia paused and then gestured to the painting in her hand, in Vanessa's hands. If you want, this can be a late gift. Vanessa chuckled and shook her head. No. But thank you. I thought someone had told you about missing my birthday. And that's why you gave this to me. She explained. Actually, one of the things I thought, yeah, no, but thank you. When I was asking why you made this, one of the things I thought was that someone had told you about missing my birthday, and that's why you gave this to me, she explained. Okay, let me come back up. I want to actually do... Alright, right, your birthday was last month? It's already come and gone? You didn't tell me? I don't like celebrating. Sylvia. It's an excuse to get together. It's another excuse. The family, sure. But I don't need everyone making any sort of fuss about the fact that I got to live another year. Ooh. More details coming out. The fact that I got to live another year. Sylvia stopped talking for a moment and nodded. Yeah, I get it, she said, though she really didn't. What did Vanessa mean by got to live another year? She wasn't about to ask, though. And decided just to presume the easiest definition. Vanessa had 1 more year on the sun. 1 more year on the earth. 1 more year on the earth. But Esco decided just to presume the easiest definition. Vanessa had 1 more year on the earth. Earth to celebrate her birthday. And she preferred to celebrate victories, not meager, not life lengths, or something like that. I feel like this is something that's probably going to be edited in the future, but it's here for now. Okay. No, she really didn't. Vanessa raised an eyebrow to the blonde. Do you really get it? Sylvia kept her mouth shut for a moment as she assessed her friend. Vanessa was generally bubbly and liked to keep things upbeat and easy, upbeat and light between them. In their discussions. Of the two of them, she was generally the more active one. Ooh, excuse me. Seeing how she was now, somber and somewhat serious, how somewhat somber and somewhat serious, she knew that Vanessa was not about to remember she was sister friend. Vanessa was generally bubbly and liked to keep things upbeat and light in their discussions. Of the two of them, she was generally more active one. Seeing how she was now, somber and somewhat serious, she knew that Vanessa actually, she's not so much serious, she's serious, was not trying to lie to her. she would not dishonor her friend. She would not do the same to her friend. Sylvia would not do the same to her friend. It feels like there's something I don't know, something that I haven't earned the right to know. Nope, that sounds like a way more adult discussion than what a teenager would say. So it feels like there's something I don't know. Maybe you don't want to tell me? Because I don't know. Just don't. But that's fine. But that's fine. But that's fine. You don't know all my stuff either. And that's fine too. Celia shrugged. I just know that it seems to bother you. That part I get. Didn't understand. I'll forget about your birthday from now on. She promised. Vanessa smiled. Thanks. Well, maybe if you do remember. You can wish me one. I'll try to keep that in mind. Alright, so I did promise another poll, so let me go ahead and put that up. So give me one sec. Alright, Twitch has more viewers currently, so I'm going to go Twitch first. How often does Sylvia hang with Vanessa at her home? I'm using shorthand here. Occasional hangouts, dinners and sleepovers. Never. I feel like that's enough. Hangouts, sleepovers, never. Alright, start poll. Adding a poll here. How often does Syl hang out with Van at Van's home? Occasional hangouts, dinners and sleepovers. Never. Start poll. Alright, we'll see what we get in 10 minutes. And then we're going to do the opposite. Vanessa at Sylvia's house. I'll try to keep that in mind, Sylvia promised. With a wink. Alright, I don't think there needs to be any further discussion about the walk to Vanessa's locker, so we're just going to move on to we're going to move on to the car loop. Oh, we got 30 minutes left, guys. I don't know if there's going to be time for a second poll. I'll try to get it up fast, or I might run a little late. I don't have a hard stop today, but I do like to stop consistently around the same time. At the car loop, many of the underclassmen have already been picked up. and there was I forget what kind of car I described Vanessa's family as having. I think it was an SUV, a white SUV waiting at the front of the line. The woman inside had been looking at the students in the waiting area, and once she you know what? There's my mom. Vanessa pointed out the SUV and the woman who had been waiting, who'd been sitting in the driver's seat, was waving frantically at Vanessa to make her way to get to the car. All right, Sylvia said, adjusting her backpack. I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Vanessa repeated, waving back at Sylvia, and then made her way to the passenger side door to the car. Although Sylvia was not in the immediate area, she could hear Vanessa's mom ask rather loudly, what were you two doing? Before the car door closed again. Sylvia stood in place for a moment, watching the silhouettes of Vanessa and Mrs. Franklin. Okay, Silhouettes. Okay. Will I use that again sometime this story? Probably not, but it's good practice. We got lots of polls in today, guys. Good for us. Stood in place for a moment, watching the silhouettes of Vanessa and Miss Franklin. In place for a moment, watching the silhouettes of Vanessa and Miss Franklin, chatting with each other through the tinted windows of the vehicle. The way that Mrs. Franklin asked that question was weird. Almost accusatory. Like, yeah, that's a great way to start a sentence. It was almost accusatory, but it didn't really feel like she was upset. Even the way they moved, their shadows moved, before the car or the SUV pulled away, started pulling away, was more of a seemed more like a conversation than a mom berating her daughter. Speaking of moms and daughters, Sylvia scanned the cars left in the line for her parents' vehicle. Oh, wait. Sylvia's a bus rider. Now, the question is, do we rework the story, or do we just let this be a new problem? I think we just let this be a new problem. She didn't see it anywhere in the line. And frowned. Yeah, I completely forgot that she's a bus rider. That negates like at least a third of the earlier like some of the earlier chapter stuff. Oopsie daisy. That's fine. That's what editing is for. We'll go back to regular. We'll just say that she forgot today, and yeah. Speaking of moms and daughters, Sylvia scanned the cars left in line for her parents' vehicle. She didn't see any in front. Did her dad forget about her? About her pickup truck? He was normally so good about this stuff, but I guess the change in pace made things difficult. I like the type to emote thing, but I also I don't know. Okay, let's see. Made things difficult. But the change in pace and the daily routine made things difficult to remember. She looked around. Most of the people who were left were a couple of kids who were sitting and talking to each other. Maybe they were and a few teachers who looked extremely bored. And absolutely could have made better use of their time elsewhere. Sylvia knew her cell phone was in a side pouch of her backpack, but the new rules that were put into place earlier this year were tested by so many students. She knew that even after class, classes had let out, and the car line, after classes let out, the rule was in place. The only exception was faculty events, like dances or theater performances. Well, I'm gonna say like dances, games, or performances. There we go. Gotta let everybody in on it, yo. Okay, so the poll is done. Let's take a look. This is just going to inform how certain things go in the future. Okay, few results. There is a tie. Okay. So we're going to let Sir RNG take care of that. So we're going to go roll 1 to 2, occasional 3, 4, lock the door, sleepovers, and then 5, 6, never. Never. Oh, so that's how often Sylvia hangs out at Vanessa's home. So she never goes there. She doesn't know what it's like. We're going to go the other way around. When this ends, it'll be pretty much time to wrap it up. Again, oh no, we're tied. So Twitch had the poll first last time, so YouTube, you get the poll first this time. How often does Vanessa hang with Sylv at Sylv's home? Occasionally, dinners and sleepovers. Add option, never. Start poll. Starting a poll for Twitch. Occasionally, dinners and sleepovers, never. Start poll. Okay. There we go. Alright, let us do the writing thing. Okay, so cell phone was inside passion open. The new rules that were put into place earlier this year were tested by Sonic. She knew that even after classes let out, the rules in place. The only exception was faculty events like dances, games, performances. The car loop was not an exception and would result in her phone being taken away if she had tried to use it. She looked around again and then walked up to the teacher. She was familiar with this teacher as she had her in 10th grade. Mrs. Okay, we're gonna go with the letter. Mrs. Ember. Yes, the title of the stream kind of helped inform that. Mrs. Ember, she called to the teacher on car loop duty that day. What can I do for you? The rotund. Oh, what subject? I don't want to say PE because I just called her rotund. Orchestra. We'll go with orchestra. The rotund orchestra professor turned her attention. Orchestra? Why would Sylvia take orchestra? Nope. Dang it. Literature. To the blonde student standing off to her side. I need to call my dad. Do you think the front office will be open right now? Excuse me. As long as there are students on campus. Actually, that's a terrible rule because what about after school activities? The teacher looked at her watch and nodded. The office is open for an hour after the school lets out. The final bell. She explained. So you have time. Thanks, Sylvia. Thanked the teacher and went to the front office. The front office was a small area that held a set of 3 waiting chairs and a fake palm frond that sat opposite of a large counter that spanned wall to wall. The counter had a plexiglass barrier that ran from the ceiling to nearly I'll say a foot between the top of the counter and the bottom of the barrier. Not carrier, barrier. Alright. When Sylvia walked into the office, there was no one inside, nor at, I didn't finish describing it. Behind the counter and the barrier were sets of desks and a hallway that led to the deans and vice deans offices, personal offices. There was a set of 3 desks. No one's inside, nor was there anyone. No one was inside no one was in the waiting area. That sounds better. Nor was there anyone present at the counter or behind any of the desks. A jingling sound was heard, though, once she stepped fully in. Be right there. voice chirped from a side room in the hallway. Okay. Sylvia called back, though she kept her voice low. Something about this space made her feel like raising her voice would result in punishment of some sort. She had no proof, of course, that would happen. Oh wait, tonight's Final Fantasy night. Sorry, I was talking to myself. I should have proof, of course, that would happen. But it was still the vibe she got from this place. Probably because of how few people, of how quiet it was in the room. A few moments later, a petite woman with strawberry blonde hair, curly strawberry blonde hair, bounced out of the side room. Hello, she said, eyeing the young woman on the other side of the counter. How can I help? I need to call my dad, Celia said. I think he forgot to pick me up. Oh! We can handle this. The bus dilemma. Oh! I'll have to write it in now so I can remember for later, but yes, some buses, if you are, like, if the buses don't have a route to your home, because, like, maybe you're the only one that lives in a certain area, you have to pay for them to pick you up. Of course! That fixes it, for the most part. So let's see, I need to call my dad. I think he forgot to pick me up today. The secretary eyed Sylvia curiously. Don't you normally ride the bus? Sylvia chuckled. About that. Not anymore. We had to pay for pickup. Apparently I was a special... Oh, looks like the poll ended. I'll check that out in a sec. Apparently I was a special pickup, and they were paying for it. And my parents can't do that anymore. Which begs the question why her mom was... Anyway, that's an editing point for the future. It's fine, it's fine. About that, not anymore. Apparently I have a special pickup and my parents can't do that anymore. The secretary nodded her understanding and slid a corded phone under the transparent barrier. Here you go. Thank you. Sylvia thanked the secretary and began to dial her father's phone number. Alright. We'll keep that there. We'll leave that there. Let's see the poll results. Nothing on YouTube. What about Twitch? Nothing. So we have another tie. Okay. That's fine. That's the wrong button. Oh, there it goes. Okay. So we're going to have to roll it again. Roll 1, 2. Occasionally 3, 4. Lock the door. Dinner, sleepovers. 4, 5. Never. Oh, so they never hang out with each other. Okay. Okay. So that's even more interesting, actually. We can work with that. But before I forget, let's go ahead and do the word count now. Okay, and there is I've got something in the to-do list to try to make the word count actually read what the word count is. Unfortunately, it's going to require some coding, so I need to work on that. There's several messages to go before we get to the word count on the ticker, so that we just cheat and look at the sheet. We're at 25,000 words, guys. Go us. We got 17 to 25. We got about 8,000 words done today. So nice. All right, y'all. Tomorrow I have a mid-morning meeting, and I probably have some errands to do after that. But I do want to start streaming around noon, maybe earlier. So keep your eye out on socials for that. For those on YouTube, please feel free to like and subscribe so you know when I do go live, and the likes and the subscribes help the channel. For those on Twitch, please go ahead and throw me a follow if you don't already. I will say that I do actually have a new goal. It's not part of the little goal thing below for Twitch or even YouTube. This is purely personal. It's basically a reward if we hit these goals. So currently I've got the sheets hidden behind bits rewards. But if we hit 200 Twitch followers, so taking a look, that's 57 Twitch followers. So if we hit 200 Twitch followers, if we get another 57 followers, then I will go into the writing, the full page writing setup. That's this one. For a full week. So 7 days as of the day that we go live. If something happens and I can't stream for 5 days, then obviously we'll make it we'll make it work, basically. It'll be worth your time. Now, for those who are on YouTube, this is more of a stretch goal, unfortunately, but it is still the same goal. I need one. Well, actually, no. Let me refresh go back to my YouTube dashboard. Oh, I need to change my channel banner because that is definitely not true anymore. All right. Oh, I've got 62 subscribers, so that's not terrible. For some reason, I thought it was way lower than that. So, yay, go us. So, we have 62 subscribers. If we get to 100 subscribers, then it'll be the same thing. We will do a week of full screen. If we get both goals done, the rest of the month will be full screen, and that bit reward will just be removed from the menu. So, yeah, look forward to that. A couple of things. I'm just Oh, it's 6 o'clock already, so it is technically time to wrap it up, but I do have a lot of things on my to-do list. It keeps growing. And as I work on something that can't quite get it, I move it to the bottom, and anyway. Moving on, I do need to wrap it up. So, so those are the goals. I'll try to get that added to the ticker, so everyone will be aware. Today was a great day. Thank you all so much for joining and chatting and lurking and doing what you do. I truly appreciate it. For those on YouTube, I will be going offline. The offline screen will show for 3-ish minutes, maybe a little longer. For those in the Twitch space, when I go offline, there will be a 3-minute ad that starts. Please stick through the ad because that revenue goes to Baby DJ. I would greatly appreciate it. Okay, guys, thank you so much for joining me, and I will be back around noon tomorrow. Again, watch the socials to find out, particularly Instagram, to find out when I go live. All right, enough rambling. I gotta get out of here. Thank you guys so much again, and bye.